G'day everybody, and welcome back to my Scrapyard build world, which is a place I've been in and out of in recent times, trying to come up with some new ways to supply people with, in the event, with what's in front of me, which is places for people to call their home. One of the things I found when we were playing on the Scrapyard server was that really, because they were the only buildings big enough, these warehouses and these Quonset hut hangars were the only sort of let's call this place my home buildings that people used. While there are a number of other buildings that are in the current version of Scrapyard, they just don't really have the space to build all of that stuff that you want to have, to store all of your things. But also they don't have the loot that makes you go, oh, this is my home. Because, oh, this is my home is kind of dictated by finding some loot you don't want to move, or that you feel is good enough to not make you move. Finding something with one of these little wind turbines, it's like, yeah, cool, I can do that. I can make this my home because it's a wind turbine, but really what people want to do is take that wind turbine to somewhere that has a battery, to somewhere that has a large cargo container. Things like that. Some people did make these little buildings their home, but they're really not quite big enough for fitting a vehicle inside them, which didn't really work either. So it's a tricky sort of thing to figure out how to best make people alternate options for their base. And that's kind of what my goal was here, was, all right, first off, let's make some alternate warehouses. And so I started working on these ones with like a vehicle bay outside, which I felt would give people a nice outside place to park that's a bit bigger, while still giving them that inside space. And if I create a variant of this with a large cargo container, then that's somewhere that people will go, oh, found this. This is my base. That's what I wanted. That's what I was looking for. Or alternatively, if you found one with intact solar panels, because I definitely screwed up with the solar panel to the solar panel to wind turbine ratio in the loot. Solar panels are useless. Finding a solar panel is so rare that you can't ever find enough of them to use solar power as your power source. So it doesn't really work to try and use solar at all. If you happen to pick up a solar panel, yeah, you might use it a bit, but it wasn't an alternative. I was forcing players down a particular path, which was get a couple of wind turbines, never think about power again. Which is a bit dull. Especially if people want to play a nomadic playstyle where solar is then your good option. So to enable an alternate playstyle, I don't think I'm going to kneecap the wind turbine setup, because they're still a pain in the butt to move, and that's kind of fun. But what I think I want to do is bring solar up to a comparative level of ease, I think is probably the right word. Even though ease is not something usually associated with the way I do things. I made a few different variants of this so far with, you know, the more scrappy versions. These clean versions at the front are the ones I then modify to make various alternatives of that I've stacked behind them. The ones that are along this front row are all different in a structural sense, but what I think I've messed up looking at these ones is you enter the main bay from this side, but the garage door's on this side? Which is a bit weird. It's like this warehouse has two driveways? I think what I should probably do is put doors on both ends of these warehouses. or the door looking bits on both ends so that it makes more sense. But then I've made these littler warehouses, which have an internal space under here. I was building these designs based off some pictures I found online. I was like, oh yeah, that looks like a warehouse I could build in Space Engineers. Because we're really, really limited in materials. The materials we can use for buildings in SE are that fit the Scrapyard aesthetic, which is 90s, 2000s real world architecture, tried to scale things to that level. It's tricky. We've pretty much got the corrugated metal look from the corrugated armor and concrete. That's it. Because we don't have brick. Brick would be a really common building material you'd expect to see in this, but we don't have it, so I can't do brick. But for concrete, one of the troubles I'd had with it before was that it's really bland. It doesn't have anything that's all that interesting to it. And that's when I came up with this building. Because this building is using panels over the top of rusted frames. And I think that gets the rundown look. Plus, concrete lets you do fun things like this, where the bits that are here are the bits that broke down, and then you can have rubble and stuff on the ground floor, and it all kind of makes sense. And people can turn this into an upstairs living space. They can build their own stairs internally, that sort of thing. This building, though, took about as much time to make as all of the other variants down here. This one building. So as much as I'd like to do more of these, whew, they're a bit of work. So I started looking at some of the submissions that I've had over the, well, years now. And I think a few of these could work for new sort of home buildings. This building here is not as big, but is probably big enough if the right loot is put in here. Now, obviously, these shelves, yeah, they're not going to stay all fully loaded like that. That's not going to happen. These would have been built in creative mode and not ground down to my usual standards. Similarly, this little bar here. I think this is meant to be a factory floor, so that's the conveyor belt where people work on it. Gets loaded through here, gets carried out here, sort of thing. Just kind of an interesting way of styling that. Then we have this factory here, which is another... This style of roof is the sort of style of roof that I was like, this is when I need brick. We need brick for this. Because that's the sort of brick warehouse that I think would work so nicely. Then, of course, we have our green lumber mill. Thank you, Unidentified Flying Cheese. Thank you very much for the 10 gift subs. What is that now? Thank you for the 111. Thank you very much. Thank you, Void Runner. Thank you for the 6 months. And thank you, Spin Zone, for the Prime sub. And Kilo Golf, thank you so much for the 1,500 bits. And Shadow, thank you for 4 years. Oldman Raptor, thank you for 18 months. Infamous Ronan for 12 months. And Ratfik for 38 months. And Takari for 31 months. Thank you, everyone. Apologies if I'm a bit sniffly today. The joys of the temperature going from 30-ish degree days to 16-ish degree days. It's, I've ended up just getting I've managed to go a solid few weeks without getting sick, and I'm like, Christmas, why? Why are you so cold? Thank you, Chelfaz. Thank you for 37 months. So, my thought for today was to use this as an opportunity to talk about where I want Scrapyard to go. And then also hopefully, while also hopefully designing some new home buildings. Buildings that people can call home. Because I think those are where we get the most bang for our buck in terms of effort put into the building while players still actually use it. Because this is now quite a decent number of variants. Admittedly, the red roof versus the blue roof, they're not that different, but they are different enough that I think they can count as different. So I've sort of got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 home buildings compared to the 2. Now, I've started remapping out where these are laid out, and I turned this lake using voxel hands into all sand so that I get it against a sand backdrop. But I wanted to do this completely flat because my old setup area over here, it's all just a jumble of hills and things. I did notice earlier, someone mentioned, I can't remember who, the idea of train stations as home buildings. The trouble with train stations is length. Though, I wonder if we could get away with a warehouse-style building that was taller that looked like a rail yard. Like, an engine house? Yes, train garage. Because this station here is about as small as I think you could go and still call it a train station, and it's unfortunately too big. It's too big for Scrapyard. The trouble that we always run into with everything in Scrapyard and why the scope is kind of limited in what buildings we can do is, one, the texture types that I was talking about earlier. A lot of things don't really sell their look when you go with wood. It works here, but there are plenty of buildings where if you try to do wooden anything anywhere, it looks terrible. So we just have the corrugated and concrete. But it's also the fact that the terrain is not flat. It's not particularly flat. Now, I could get around that a little bit by making my own planet where most of the ground is flat, but then that's going to be a really boring planet to try and drive around, so I don't think that's a good solution. So ultimately, it just means that buildings always end up... It means that I've got a maximum size that I like to use for the buildings. Where the heck is my... No, just use this. So that's why I've got this thing here, which is my base plate. That's my maximum size base plate. And Enra, I've not really added block mods to Scrapyard at all, actually. One decision I made with regard to these base plates and the buildings themselves was that steel plate is abundant. You will always find more steel plate. And I needed some resource that I didn't care about, that players can grab if they want to, but really they're just wasting their time. And that was steel plate. Because steel plate, why bother restricting that from players? It just doesn't serve a gameplay need. Steel plate is the gravel of Scrapyard. Yeah. Well, I don't know that holds up the full after playing Combined Arms yesterday. Gravel is the gold of Combined Arms. But yeah, I just made this base plate as a really simple maximum size. And for those curious who might try and send something through, it is 13 blocks. It's got to be odd. By 10. I don't know why I specifically settled on 13 by 10. I think I just made the Quonset huts and then have used their base, although I've modified the base to make it smoother. I've used their base to expand upon from there. MSP was for a different project, Anedra. The behaviors stuff that you have been working on, my hope is to use that for the assertive mod, plus maybe for another NPC mod that I'd like to maybe poke around with. So an idea I had was to make an infestation style NPC. Something that'll work with mostly static buildings. And that you have to eradicate. So that's my concept that who knows if I'll actually have time to do it, which is why I mention it in public so someone else does it. Yeah, otherwise they spread, exactly. Cool. So I was trying to think of another concrete building, and that's when I got to these ones that had been submitted, which are the concrete office blocks. I started to go inside though, and I was like, oh. These look cool from the outside, and the way they've been scrapped up, I do like it. But wow, is there not a lot of space. And I wasn't sure it would actually end up being a home building. I think these could be nice to use for scrap and finding specific components, particularly as then you can put stuff up on the top floor that people are then going to have to bring out of it. So it could be an interesting challenge building. But I think these might end up needing to be more of a, you find stuff in them, but you don't actually make them your home. Yeah, somewhere like this you could get more space out of by going half blocks as the ceilings, but also inset blocks wherever possible. So, can anyone think up anything other than a train storage shed that could work? Let's go grab some rails and see how this might work. That could work as a home building. So if we have a look at the stuff that I've pasted in that's been submitted, we've got like service station type things. This was one of the nicer server, like actual fuel stop type buildings that I've had sent in. And just looking around, in terms of stuff that's to scale, we don't really have any others that I've pasted in at this time. Yeah, 30 mile. The problem with the bus depot is it's kind of just another warehouse. Let's grab a train line. There's a bit of rail. I don't have a... I thought I had a blank rail over here. Apparently not. Is there one over this way? Okay, let's just grab this bit. Ah, pooped to the same grid. Alright, fine. Fix that in a sec. Do we have greenhouses? No. Actually, that's probably a good point, is I need to... I need to start thinking of ways to do the food. Because I do want to include food in Scrapyard. Not as a thing you have to do, but as a thing you can do. Because, well, I think done the right way, food could be fun to play with. But I know some people just don't like it at all, and that is fair. I can't really... I don't find myself feeling strongly about arguing against that line of thinking. I think it's fair enough. But I think we've got food as an option, so why not? But my concept for food for Scrapyard was to not make it so you have to grow it, but make it so you find it. And the growing of it is going to be the bit that's tricky. So you can find food in lots of places, and the food you find will be, a lot of it will be that, no wait, I should copy that base before I start playing with it. Fire station. Oh yeah, fire station's a good option. But again, makes me want to go like the American style red brick fire station. Then I get sad that I can't have bricks. But yeah, I think that's a solid option. Well, I might have to shrink. It'll probably be fine. There is a church somewhere. I did have a church. I don't know where it is. I'm sure I can find it, but there is a church. I mean, this building here gives off, could be turned into a church vibes. So, a lighthouse, that's... if only the water mod wasn't so terrible for performance. Yes, a lighthouse could possibly be an option. But the water mod is so bad for performance. And Scrapyard already pushes a lot of limits in that way. That, yeah, probably not. Yeah, Black Sheep, your trains and stuff from your videos, they're all a very different scale. Like, that's one of the biggest challenges with Scrapyard is I've stuck to a set scale, and lots of the builds that I've had submitted aren't correctly to that scale. It's kind of like, my scale consistency, I've tried to make... It's probably about Lego levels, whereas if I used everything that had been submitted, it would be more like Micro Machines, which is like all over the place. I remember having stuff with my Micro Machines that would fit in perfectly with my Lego, and then also somehow fit in perfect. Other stuff would fit in perfectly with N scale stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Black Sheep. I think I am inclined to agree with you. But yeah, I'm not surprised people have been like, "Oh, I want that train." Which is basically, if they're saying your train should be added to Scrapyard, it's because they think your train is cool and they want to find it. Which every build I've made, when people have been like, "Oh, why don't you add that to Scrapyard?" I'm like, first of all, thanks. I'm glad you think my build is cool. But second, no, it's the wrong scale. It's not going to work. Alright. So, if we're building a rail shed, what colour should I make it? We've got... Not sure I'm sold on the purple down the bottom here. It's a vibe. Not sure it's right. Yes, thank you, Shadow, for perfectly articulating that specific thought. Crashed Skywalk for Scrapyard! I have contemplated stranded boats. I'm actually thinking that more for the fog Scrapyard stuff. But in the fog, have some occasional spawns that look like boats. You could do a small brewery. Yeah, I should probably look at a brewery for some inspiration, because a brewery would have a lot of these rounded tanks and therefore feel a bit different. I just hate how hard it is to make these tanks look good. Except for this one specific style. Any other style and it's like, oh, it doesn't work. He didn't give us enough blocks. Alright. Don't want to go with grey. I'm not going with grey. What could we do? Could we do like a bit orangey? Oh, yeah, we could go something like that. Might work. So I think for a... Oh. Let's try this. I just had an idea. I'm going to put that down so I've got that colour and I don't accidentally override it. Could I do this half and half with concrete? Let's make this a bit paler. With a bit more colour. If I go the bottom bit... Now, does that need to be 3 blocks or can it be 2? Oh, this is also a problem I run into with using half blocks in builds. Because this now wants me to put that on the outside if I want to have it be all the way through. And then we get these annoying lines. Weird. I'll just shove it down for now. Maybe one of the wing panels from the Skywalk, for instance. Yeah. There's a... As hollow as these arguments often end up being in reality, it does feel like a slippery slope. Although, I think in the case of something like a tail section from the Skywalk, if there was a bit that I felt was the right size and shape that it actually still looked clearly from the Skywalk, it could work. This is gonna be interesting. Do I try and put... Just trying out a different wall style. See if this will actually look alright or not. So what I'm thinking is... I need that. Then we need... So that's going to have to go sideways. So I've done most of these vertically. From the outside, this looks interesting. I just find that if I do panels in concrete, it looks weird. Looks a bit weird. Wouldn't have a clue, Spectre. Wouldn't have a clue. One thing that I did here that's really annoying. Check out the way the sun goes over this. I have almost perfectly aligned this east to west. Like, close enough that it is really annoying where the sun actually goes. Knickknacks, I've tried to make a gym before, and I'm missing something. I am missing something to make it to a scale that I think is believable. And part of that is we're missing any sort of exercise equipment, which is a weird omission from Keen, because it could have just been like a toilet. Just mod the toilet block and make it into something that the engineer works on. But I think I know the reason why it's an omission from Keen, because it would require a lot more artist work because they'd have to animate the characters on it. Yeah. Like, you could probably do something that looked vaguely like exercise equipment with small grid, but you'd need to have a lot of separate small grids. And I'm not sure whether it would be a good use of all those extra grids or not. I'm just actually not sure. And I keep all the blueprints. I keep all the blueprints in this world because then I know what I have, and it makes it much easier to show things and build things when I want to build. When I actually get in the mood to build. Avoid exercises at all costs, even in game. Could be that. It could be that. This helps me keep track of all the variants and helps me keep track of all the things. And then I just export them and update them when I need to. So, if that's our carriage workshop, which what I probably need to do is extend this concrete out, at least on those bits. Then have it crumbling at the end. Windows on the opposite part of the walls. There's a small problem with that. I'll show you in a second. Oh, that's terrible. No. That's why I haven't used a lot of those. Transition blocks, you say? No. So I can't have windows on the sides. Because we don't have any midline windows. Because this block is in the middle. This wall piece is in the middle of the block, not the edge. Because I like to make my life difficult. Oh wait, I don't want to put it there. And also, because I like to make my life difficult, I try not to make this require any block mods. I'm trying to think if there are any block mods that I use in Scrapyard. I don't think there are. Like, that aren't actually part of the mod itself. Like, I'd love to use... I think it's an NRES. Tents. Like, there were tents or shade cloth things. Because they would suit this... The tarps, yeah, yeah. They would suit the feel of Scrapyard so well. But I resisted adding them before, and I'm just gonna assume that I had a good reason, even though maybe I didn't. Because those are purely aesthetic things. Free your mind, use block mods. Alright, let's try a 45-degree window and see if it looks alright in the wall. Like a middle pivot. Grab that one, and we'll grab that one as well. Yeah, that's not gonna work. feel like that could work in small grid. In large grid, it's a bit on the big side, but I think it's the best solution we have for windows in a midline block wall. Yeah, these ones are they're a bit big. Bit chunky. But I think what you could do for I don't think there are any other windows, any other blocks that are even in the midline. I was looking for these the other day. I was trying to find stuff that sits in the middle of the block. And there are truss pillars. There are panels, and that's about it. Oh, and doors. We have doors that sit in the middle blocks. Huh. Doors. Oh, railing has one, that's true. Yeah, we don't actually have... We don't have a... I was checking just to see whether I'd misremembered, but we don't have a lab door that sits in the middle, because that would have been a fun way to do a window. Yeah, going old school with the double sideways doors. What was I looking for? Railings. Just curious if there's a way. The longer I leave this window here, the more it's growing on me. Oh, you're talking the bridge windows? Because this one doesn't. The half window doesn't have a midline block. Oh, it's got that way. Oops. Didn't mean to right click. Let's undo. It's amazing how hard it is to work with something in the midline. Yeah, pivot windows, but they weren't 2.5 meters long. Like, this is when it feels a bit weird. If you look at that scale, it's like, whoa, that's not quite right. I'll leave that there, and I'll see if I can come up with a different roof style. So one of the things I did recently in Combined Arms was I made a factory roof and then realized that I completely screwed it up because I didn't make it so I could actually put windows in it. For Scrapyard, I don't really need the windows in it, and I think I'd like to try and do the wooden style roof like these factories here. Because then, just to mess with things, this then has concrete, metal paneling, and wooden roofing. Which is kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, just grinding a hole and then just painting this in rust, and that's your window, is probably my best option. You're right, Anenra. That's probably the best. Jaredon, I don't think I could do a turntable justice because it would need to be enormous. Because they are huge. Huge, huge, huge things. And it's it's the sort of thing that would need to be very low to the ground, and thus you're putting a subgrid in potentially close proximity to voxel and game no likey. I did that with a few of the original Scrapyard builds, where I'd used a rotor to convert to small grid to put small grid stuff inside, and boy did they blow up a lot of stuff. Oh man, it was so bad. Now that I think about it though, I did just say I was thinking wooden roof, but I should probably do this the other way around. It should probably be wooden walls and metal roof. That color's a little too fresh. It's a bit better. But this is definitely going to give this building a different vibe, because so much of the other stuff's metal. Yeah, I think I've got to vary the color a bit. Which is easier said than done. Let's go a bit darker. Go. Let's try this. Yeah, that's already helping. Even just that little bit of variation. Let's go a little bit darker still. Just a couple of those. Yeah. Oh, I like it. Now I know sun bleached, this should probably be just completely grey, but for the sake of let's not have everything just grey in and dull, I thought I'd go with something in between. Let's just put a few bits around, then we'll go grab that. Nope. Huh. How do I do the block picking, color picking with this? I've forgotten my controls. Forgot my controls! Shift right mouse button. New game. There we go, that's what I wanted. So let's see how different are heavy armor panels in wood texture. They are a bit different. They've got like a metal outline to them. There's a big issue with heavy armor though. Bucket loads of grids. I think I could, I'm not sure with panels. But I'd have to check whether panels can even have even be built up to looking complete without the grids being present. Oh yeah, even as panels, they have heaps of grids. Look, I'll show you. So this panel here has 5 metal grids. But it also looks like that. The bit I can't recall is if I get rid of all the metal grids. I think it, yeah, I think the panels are incomplete if you get rid of the grids. Some blocks, like some of the regular armor blocks in heavy armor, they will show as a complete block. But yeah, they're not feasible as an option here, unfortunately. It's the the joys of the limitations in place when you know the player can take everything that you've put down. It's like, well, how do I make this work so that it's going to work? So that I'm not creating the sort of I'm thinking of this recently. Creating the sort of problems for myself that Empyrean has dealt with in rather heavy-handed fashion. So, like, some games would deal with those sorts of issues by just being like, well, the player then can't build them. That's fine. And I feel like doing that would take away a lot of the sense of freedom that SE as a sandbox has, and I wouldn't want to do that. Well, this taller. So it really stands out. Yeah, the full. I haven't put as much thought into what I want as fog loot as I possibly should have. So my plan with the scrapyard for 2026 is what I want to do is get these grids ready to go, get them into the mod, get them into the thing, and then I'm going to do a playthrough here on Twitch like I did with the original scrapyard. And then after that, and I've done all the balance testing with that, I'll then go for a proper series server with edited series. So basically the same model I went through last time, because I think it really worked for getting the game balanced and functional before putting, you know, putting it into a series where if I've got the balance wrong, it breaks the whole thing. It makes it not work. What is fog in this context? So, let's just take a brief pause from this, and I'll show you what I've been working on. So for those who missed the test stream that I did for the Scrapyard fog-based server, we had a server that has an acidic grid-eating fog. Where is it? An acidic grid-eating fog that exists at a certain elevation above sea level. So the idea is that on a planet like this one, this is the planet that I've made. This is my custom planet. All of these places in the valley, these valleys around the place, they will have an acidic fog that will eat your rovers, eat your vehicles while you're in there. We've got some systems in place to try and make it so that you can still take your vehicle in, grab something, and run out. But the idea is not that you can survive in there forever. The idea is that you can only survive in there for a few minutes. So one of the things still to do for this planet to make it a bit more feasible to work that way is I need to build specific roads that go down into the fog. But the idea is that you'll be able to be up here in the highlands, see something appear and see a spawn that's present in the fog, find your nearest path down, go down in, collect what goodies you can while the timer on your vehicle is running, and as that timer is nearing running out, you will then try and race up and leave. So it's kind of a loot extraction sort of thing. Weirdly enough, Black Sheep, no, you don't know this planet. Although it looks a bit like Titan, this is a completely custom height map. This is something I have made myself. These canyon walls, I used height maps of some of the Blue Mountains, which is to the west of Sydney, and things like that. So something loaded in here that would it melt? Yes. But yeah, this is a completely custom planet of my own making in the most painful way possible. That being, I made it in Photoshop. Just by overlaying different bits. So yeah, this is the ultimate goal, is to have regular scrap spawning up here on the more traversable areas. And then down in the fog, we'll have rich stuff. Stuff that makes you willing to risk going down there. I might have to tweak certain things to make it so that there is more of a drive to go down there and it's not just, hey, we'll hang around in the safe area. But honestly, I feel like just the fact that there's less of the safe area because the fog exists will hopefully balance things in favor of, oh, it's taken me so long to drive around all these fog things. Let's just go in and get it. Let's just take a risk. Let's do the risky play, because it's the fun play too. Shadow, there might well be a spot specifically designed for that. But my hope for the Scrapyard series is actually not for it to be a solo one this time. For me to bring along a few people for the recorded bit of it, so that we'll have more than just me. My next test for Scrapyard will be me playing it on my own, no server. That's the next test. Because that's how I get a better feel for the balance. Alright. Now, this is important. Oh, no. I just realized a problem with my walls. I can't actually do my walls the way I did them. It doesn't work. Because how do I do the roof onto this bit of mid-wall? That doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. Unless we're going to have an awning. Some eaves. But then we're going to have a weird hole. Well, poo. Unless I go like super steep roof. Could go super steep roof. Could I? Could I go a super steep roof? It's gonna be a very steep roof. Yeah, eaves are good, weird holes less so. Agreed. Yes, the Blue Mountains are a real thing, Ada. They are called the Blue Mountains because of the large number of eucalypts, meaning that the fog, just like in SE, is blue. Because the oil refracts the light from the sun in such a way that they appear blue at a distance. Super Steve roof, yes. Morning, Charlie. Just gave me such a look. Ah, poo. Unless I got a solid roof? Then I can do this. That means no windows in the roof. Oh, a North American barn roof. That's just what I think of it as, because that's the only place I can think I've ever seen them in movies and things. Is that gonna work? How many blocks have we got? I don't even know if this is gonna work. Because it's gonna have to be... It's gonna have to... Alright, let's stop placing some things. So I think this is gonna look wonky as anything. But... Hey, that's just... life in Space Engineers. Sometimes. So I think what I have to do is go to 45 there. We got what? Then it'll be one more. Two more. Then we go down. And then I don't know what to do in the middle. Ugh. Okay. Oh, yeah, alright. Go for something even more curved. Let's see. Let's try it. Why did I scroll the wrong way? This is gonna look so weird, but maybe once it's done, it won't. Also, I was planning on doing this in metal. I'm just don't worry about the wood. The wood is temporary, especially the wooden conduit. Just trying to get a feel. No, that's too far. I've done something wrong. What have I done wrong? Yeah, it's feeling very McDonald's. It's too small for this. Oh, Governor. Really? I'm loving it. I don't know if that's a McDonald's phrase elsewhere. Oh, man. Also, did anyone see how ridiculously dumb the McDonald's algorithmic generated ad was? Oh my god, that thing was so horrible. Oops. Oh yeah, Coke's one was before that, but McDonald's one was somehow worse. So I think this has to be a 45 there to then go into another 45 on the other side. And it just... No. No, that's not going to work. Anything that needs some degree of symmetry here is not going to work like that. Okay, let's try something different. Let's go a different angle. Let's get metal. I'm gonna go with finding the block. So what I'm thinking is we go metal, we go flat into a small sloped section maybe over the actual rail bit. And then another small sloped section here, and then flat elsewhere. So I think that could work alright. There's something a bit different. Zero coolest, wherever. Main chat, be fine. Spoiler alert is where people normally chuck stuff when it's about something I'm actually streaming. Not that it makes any sense to use a spoiler here, but I think it works. Okay, let's try... And... Oh. Okay. That's not gonna work. You're gonna have to be metal. That's okay. I think that will be fine. Yeah, I thought I'd try the peaked from both sides, and then if that doesn't feel right, I'll do something like this, where I then have a flat edge, and then do another, then do a flat section, then do another one. Because I feel like the flat sections are going to be the best way to get around the issue of these half blocks. I don't feel like I have an alternative way of dealing with that particular problem. But I've now created this. That's my next problem. Yeah, I'll add skylights in later. I like getting the shape down, and then I go on to trying to make skylights and holes and stuff. Zero coolest. I think the issue I'll run into there... Oh, actually... No, that's... Let's try. Okay, let me show you the picture. As long as it doesn't get me pinged. But the idea I have... So this sort of railway shed... I have an idea. Let's copy this. And what I'm going to do is collapse the roof. That's step one. Ah, poop. I mean, that probably was easier anyway. But... try and make the gap in the wall a feature. So... what I need to do is figure out how I can get... So I was thinking maybe there'll be some way to cheese this in there, but probably not. If I could get one on the ends to support the roof. So my thought was maybe make it so there is actually an air gap at the top and the roof sits above. That might do it. Because I could also then put pillars here. Could be interesting to look at anyway. I think it's worth a go. I think it'll be a very different looking design, which is nice. Make it look like the roof has shifted is not quite as... if I go down the route of making the roof look shifted, I know I'm not going to be able to stop myself, and I will end up with a roof that has is a subgrid. Alright, let's try and get the rough shape of that roof anyway. So that means getting this. Oh, that might even have to extend out further than that. I go full block extra out. Commander subgrid is not a choice, it is a calling. One you cannot deny. When the subgrid calls, you must answer. Hey, okay. So... that's occupying all that space, so... does this look better with that sticking out further? We'll find out soon. So what I'm thinking of doing is this. We go to that. And to... Nope, that. Then... kind of wish I'd built these... I could have built these walls on the inside, because then I could have had this as a separate layer on top. So I could have this shape going up and over, and then the gap in the eaves won't be so obvious all the time. Still feels a bit weird. Why bother having walls at all? Just have a row of pillars supporting the roof. I mean, that is an option for another building. But this building had walls because it's meant to be weather protection for the trains. But yes, building something that's just more of an awning and supported like this would totally make sense. And actually be quite a decent spot for someone to have as a base. Because they can put in their own walls. Not sold on this. This isn't working. This is not working. At all. Ugh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to this design. I like the idea of using that roof design as its own separate building, but I don't think it's gonna work here because of the half blocks. That's too much steep. And if you're wondering, this is literally how many, whether I'm streaming this or whether I'm just building on my own and just mucking around, I still go through this many iterations doing stuff. It is a problem that I don't know how to fix, but it is a problem and I can't help myself. Alright, so what I was thinking of doing instead was going with the lower slopes here. Is it a problem or a feature? It's not a bug, it's a feature. This could work. This could work, I think. Let's try it out. And this will also give me space for windows. It is almost a louvered roof, yes. And yeah. I think this is my preferred way so far. Now, I'm gonna do something here. That's got to go below so that I can actually put the blocks in above it. Just going to limit my internal space a little bit and make this side a little bit odd, but that's fine. It's the price we pay. Yeah, Gek, there's stuff that I would like to do, but Space Engineers says no. It's just how it goes. Sometimes there are things you want to do that you just can't do, and you have to accept that You just have to pick a valid compromise. No, so the reason I can't place these blocks the other way around is because I need to now place a block this way. That's why those have to occupy that space in the ceiling. It has to be done. Also, those will probably get replaced by something else. By maybe the ugly walls? For those who know, you know what I'm talking about. Because that's just what I've always called them. Because they butt ugly. These ones. These are what I call the ugly walls. That way? Or that way? Or this way? I'm hating myself for doing this because now it doesn't fit because it's odd. That's fine. Whole thing's asymmetrical anyway. Yeah, I think that works from inside. No, I'm gonna do it this way, because this is, if you were building a factory on the cheap, this is how you would do it. You just slap one in, be like, yeah, good enough. Oh, exact opposite, 30 Mile. This isn't government work. Government work, this would never have been finished. But the bits that would have been finished would have cost 3 times as much and been half as good. Unless they were actually built by government workers, in which case it'd be in committee. These are the ugly windows, though. They're an ugly... They're not, It's the height. The height is wrong. There we go. Got some natural light in here. Arguably. Now, since people were worried about lights, there are ways to do lights here, and it's fine. You put them on the walls. The back wall and the front wall, because the side walls can't have lights either. Oops. It's funny you say they look like subway doors. I did trick Catwalk into thinking these were doors. I don't remember when I did that, but I did do it. Which was fun. Alright. Let's get a different color on the roof. I think... color. Let's try this. Where are you? Corrugation. Oh, too green. Too green. Nope. Less. That's more like it. I believe it was one of the first streams after those blocks came out. I mean, that would make sense, Conrad. That would make sense. That is when he would have been most vulnerable. Or was it an AA episode? Because I feel like TFE was there. I have to say, the half of the ugly windows makes it look like the panels that could be closed to protect the windows. Yeah, it does. Sadly, Kitamaru, Mossy just doesn't work. Because as soon as you do Mossy, you lose this texture, and you bring back the default texture. You maybe could do Mossy on those. But you gotta pick which blocks. But also, for the most part, I've gone Rust for Scrapyard, not Gunge. That's a fun word. Too dark. Let's go lighter. Curious how that's gonna look. Man, why the sun? Why, son? Why? Why can't you just be where I need you when I need you and magically move where I expect you to be? That, even though it's changing the direction of the wood, whoops. That actually looks better because it ties them together. I was trying them separated from one another, but I think they actually look better tied together. Hey, matchup! Thank you for 75 months. 6 years, 3 months, that makes it. If I do maths. Wood on the windows. The trouble with the windows, they look kind of more metallic. I actually think they're going to look best in the same color as the roof. I was trying to do it differently, but I don't think it needs to be. Yeah, I'll be ruining this building before it makes it to Scrapyard, but as you might have seen, I do tend to make a clean-ish version to begin with, and then I rust and ruin them for the final version after that. Because I find it easier making variants of a building if I have a clean version to work from, because then I can break different bits of it. As an example, I made this bit first with this clean bit, and then I made this one. Because then I've got a model to work from and something to make it feel like bits have fallen down. I just find it easier having that starting point. No, I don't find cheese. They are not procedurally done. Procedurally done would not look as good. Procedural would just be... I don't know, soulless in some way. Thank you, Knickknacks. Thank you for the 6 months in advance. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't like the auto procedural scrapping stuff. It just doesn't... It doesn't hit the same marks as stuff that I do manually for me. Like these Quonset huts, having all these little hanging bits, having these bits that look like the metal's torn and it's sheared from the mass of rust and sand. Just one sec. Sorry about that. Yes, Charlie does her best interruption. But yeah, the way of ruining buildings so that it looks like they actually were made of something and not just, let's take away a few blocks here and there. Aesthetically, I think my system works better. From a pure gameplay perspective, I'm not 100% convinced, because there is something fun about procedural demolition where you can get stuff that doesn't feel believable but plays fun because it's created such an unusual outcome. So, we used the procedural stuff for the fog spawns when we were doing the test server before, and it works okay. I don't know which system. I think TFE just used the MES system that was in place. I don't think he did anything else when he set it up, because he did all the setup for the fog scrap, because it was using a baseline of one of his own mods. Yeah, this could look cool, because then I can vary which locomotives are in here, or carriages and things. Rockgen works in the fog because we can't see the stuff there. Yeah. That is another point. You can see these buildings from a long way away. One of the reasons and I don't know if there are ways around this, but one of the reasons I dislike just having stuff ground down is that everything that's ground down that then produces a frame, for me, gets painted in rust. So, what I try and avoid is this. And at least when I was first starting the scrapyard, that wasn't possible. To change that paint at the same time you wear it down. Because if I didn't do that, you'd end up with all these oddly shiny bits. And like this bit here is meant to be shiny because it's a window. But this bit here would not be because it'd be rusted out roof. I don't know. I'm sure I could get more variation if I went with procedural stuff, but I'd also feel like I'd lose something. Yeah, and with Rex being the thing for Scrapyard, it does it does also make having the scrap work be more important. I was going to try and make both sides look open, but then I realized that doesn't work. Because if I do that, they'll still be touching, and then it makes it look like they can't actually close. Wait, do we? We don't have this block, do we? The one that I'm looking for. It doesn't exist. Oh, that's it. There it is. Don't mind me. It's there. Yeah. I haven't looked through the Scrapyard submissions in a little bit. A lot of them have been too big. Unfortunately. A number of the things submitted for the fog, I think will work well. But a lot of the other builds have been kind of too large. The scale's been off compared to the rest of Scrapyard. Because one of the trickiest things when I get submissions is checking their scale against the vehicles, which I really want to rehash. I feel like I've wrecked the vehicles too much, some of them, but I'd really like to get more of jalopy style and the truck style ones, and some like cars that fit that feel, that feel civilian, because so many of the smaller cars feel very off-roady and or militaristic. Like for example, this Jeep here kind of looks cool, but the scale's off. And I think it's kind of it's really, really hard to get that right. It's not a critique on the person making it. I've not got these in because I can't make them either. I have tried. They have looked all horrible. Truly horrible. This truck probably needs to come in though, because it kind of works. Yeah, like these trucks, they were exactly to the right scale. But looked better than mine. Yeah, look. I would like the cars to feel like they could be at home anywhere in the world, not just in place that allows light truck to be car. Engineer Corps had a Mad Max truck? Main thing I remember about Engineer Corps was trying to push a battery up a ramp. That's about all I remember. And trying to get home in time from work to actually participate. Because I would often be on a night shift. And so I'd be rushing home in I'd be stuck in heavy traffic, messaging Shaq saying, really sorry man, I'm going to be a bit late. I'm stuck in traffic coming home from a night shift. Because that happened more than once. I think my shifts worked out for that series worse than Texas did. Since we're both on shift work at that time. Then we'd have sessions where we couldn't get all 4 of us into the game, only 3 of us could get in. Space Engineers has gotten so much better. It has improved so much. Oh, wow. Since those days. And let's copy you now. See if we can paste another one onto it. Am I going to make a few of the things booby-trapped? Well, that's not good. Yeah, that's, no. That's not how that's supposed to work. If it'll let me do this. I doubt it. It's going to clip into other things. Yeah. Maybe out here it'll let me do it though? No. Alright. Let's try this then. Okay, that sort of works. No! Hope. Try that again. So if I just do this and just have it floating. Just trying to make a longer section of rail so that I can cut it to whatever length I want. There we go. Yeah, so the booby traps in Scrapyard. Those of you who played a bit of it, how did you feel about the ones that exist at present? Were they fun or were they annoying? Why has copy mode failed? Why, game? Why do you not like me? The turrets or the warheads? Yeah, I did put a warhead in. Is that close enough to the end? Felt cheated because there were no bodies to be found. They're fun to watch, but they can be incredibly annoying if you die to them and then you've got a multi-kilometer death run back to your one functional vehicle. Yeah? The turrets were fun, the Booby not so much, lost so much good loot in one. I didn't think any of the warheads went off without warning. Like, the booby trap that was probably the most potentially devastating, I would have thought would have been the crane? Because if the crane fell on your vehicle, you were in a lot of trouble. Like, it could have messed you up. But I didn't think most of the others were, yeah, Kanane, that was exactly the plan of the turrets. The turrets were not meant to be a genuine threat. The turrets were meant to be something that made you have to approach something in a slightly different direction. And just think about it a little bit, but not meant to be a real threat. That's why they don't have any depression to them. Because the only war-headed structure was the shed with the audible warning about a warhead about to go off that sometimes is a warhead and sometimes is a speaker. And literally just a speaker. That was all that I thought I had put warheads in. The crane does have a warhead, that's right. It drops with a warhead. As the warhead's in the former battery compartment. There we go. That looks about right. Yeah, the tower... this is why I want to play through Scrapyard again, just on stream, talking about things, making plans, making additions, adding new scrap as I go. Because I feel like there's so much balance that I need to tweak, that if I don't experience it myself, I'm just not going to see what needs to be fixed. The stuff like there not being enough home bases, that's step one to fix. Once I've got a few more of these added in. And once I've got the planet ready to go with the right textures on it, because I don't want it to be Titan, I want it to actually have different textures, then then I'm ready to start a test save of it and start adding new bits and stuff as I go along. I'm going to be right back though. I need to take a quick bio break, and then we'll hopefully be able to do some internal design on this thing and maybe put some windows in the walls too, because I think the walls need windows, not just the roof. But I will be right back. Oh boy. Oh boy, that was broken. I'm just gonna mute myself. Because apparently my bareback screen is still busted. Or maybe I can go to this bareback screen. This one might be better. Hey Zashi, welcome Raiders. Sorry I was away from my PC while you came in. So, Blobberini saying there are now so many scrap options that it's difficult for one person to get a good perception of balance, as it's all RNG. When you started the test server, you found the warehouse with large cargo, but I struggled for days to find storage. But if you look at my original Scrapyard series, I struggled for days. I think I think you do get a perception of how much the RNG is working or not by playing through it, though. I accept that you're right that there are limitations to how much you can achieve with that. There is a certain... You get only so far before you run into the problem of, well, your run is going to be different to my run. But I don't think that completely eliminates any gains that might be had from testing. I think there's still validity to testing it and getting a bit of a feel for it. And I definitely got... Like, I definitely noticed a lot of bits that were a bit lacking when I played it the first time through on stream. I found a lot of things that I was like, whoo, I've got to fix that. That didn't work at all. Especially when it's like, this doesn't feel random anymore. This feels fixed. This feels like... It either feels too random so that our brains don't think it's random anymore, or it doesn't feel random enough. So you didn't interrupt my break. I was just going checking my other half because she wasn't feeling well. She was just checking whether I was feeling unwell this morning before sending our toddler to go with the grandparents. Don't want to spread that. But yeah, I agree with you, Blubber. There's a limit to how much can be achieved from the testing. There's a limit to what it's actually going to do in terms of ensuring balance. There's always going to be some risk with a randomized setup like Scrapyard where it has so much... so much reliance on you finding the right bits. The main thing that I think I've adjusted balance-wise when doing the first testing was, wow, I gave too much of this thing. Because I've found it on too many grids too much of the time. The advantage, I think, of this many home base grids is that more of these should be able to have a large cargo container in them. So instead of it being one out of... I think it was one out of like 12 or something. Having it be 3 out of 36 seems to work better. I suspect it's due to the randomizing not being completely random. But once you have a few more that actually have those things, you can tweak the balance. Because instead of 1 out of 12, I could, and 3 out of 36, I could go 4 out of 36 or 5 without having to go by such big jumps to tweak the balance. I think that's the word I was trying to make. Funny how if I settled about 10k from you and kept accidentally finding your base and unused giant cargo, was very jealous. Needs more primes in the probability, something like that. I don't understand how this stuff works. Cool, we have a rail shed. I feel like I want to put something in here for lighting. I also wonder whether... I mustn't have them on my hotbar anyway. could I make a variant of this with a solar panel in the roof? Like the solar panels overhanging this side a bit. I don't think I'd want to do popping it there. I think that'll look weird. A train workshop probably should have some sort of crane looking device, yeah. You never found a large cargo nor large tank in your run. I mean, is that necessarily a bad thing? That's the other question to ask about this stuff. Like, should everyone find everything in their run? Or does not finding these things, does that mean that you'll play differently so the next time you play it, it'll feel different because you do find those? I don't know the correct answer to that. It's just something that has popped into my mind before as well. Don't think I'm going to be able to work solar panels into here. I think this is just going to have a battery. You can put some scaffolding under it in the middle like it was a shoddily slapped on by a cheap crew. Yeah, you possibly could. I so wish we had angled solar panels. So I would use them as roofs a lot. No solar panels. Let's get a crane or something in here. Let's get a battery on it so that I can put some lights in here. Because working in the dark sucks. So, I think just putting something in that's a gantry. Let's get... I might get a train. Get one of the locomotives and pop it in. There we are. Okay, I think the doors are too tall. I think I might have made it too tall. For some reason I was picturing these trains being much taller. Leave space for electrification, forward-thinking design. There are a few blocks that are mostly lacking in Scrapyard, like the flatmos. They are not common. You have to get quite lucky to find them, and even if you do, you may not find enough for them to be useful, and that's just a sign of the times. It's just how old Scrapyard is and how many blocks got added while it was under development. Trains do feel small in the game, though. Yeah. The trains arguably do feel small. I know a train is a lot more than 4 meters tall, like heavy rail. But equally, if the train was built to scale, I feel like this scale looks right. For the rest of the vehicles, which is why I added them. I thought that was such a cool design because they look right. They feel right when you get near them. I think this will feel better once we put some gantries and stuff in here. So let's try. Now that I've got an extra block in height, this actually works quite well. Oh no. Would help not to make these in wood. No, I just painted a window. That's fine. Should probably paint them all anyway. Thanks, Rook. Thank you for the 6 months in advance. Thank you very much. So I've been having I had a thought the other day. I was walking Charlie and I was like, oh, why didn't I do this with the Scrapyard builds? The battery and remote that I used and I deleted from these grids. What if I just put it on a stalk that goes deep underground? Because, let's be real, if you're digging that up, you earned that. You worked hard, and you have now earned the right to have that battery. I am not going to be the person that keeps that from you. And so if we go with, if we keep that in mind, then it's like, well, do I actually even need to delete them? Oh, thanks so much, Rook. Every grid already starts and spawns in with a battery attached to it, yeah. But my thought was, I was just trying to... Basically, it's one of these thoughts of, should I reevaluate something that I just took as a given, but why did I take it as a given? Like, when thinking game design, shouldn't I question every assumption I make and see if there is actually a better solution? No, it's not a lot of free power, Shadow. Thanks to Gruzob. Because Gruz, I haven't got his mod in this safe, but Gruz's mod allows me to set the amount of charge in a battery, even in creative mode. I think. So I can set the battery to be like 1%. Just enough to last a few hours. Well, so, how easy is it to retrieve a battery from let's say 50 meters underground? That's not easy. But my main thought about it was still try and delete them, but it would make me a lot less stressed about it those times when the deletion fails. Because I'm like, well, it's okay, because it's so far underground it's not going to matter. Most people aren't going to be able to get it. So I was like, oh, this could be a thing. Yeah, agreed, Vox. You would still need power generation, and once you have one large grid battery, you don't really end up needing many more unless you're going mobile large grid, because Scrapyard just really doesn't have much in the way of power consumers. Some poor guy is digging out the batteries and gets caught in a voxel reset. Yeah, for the Scrapyard server where we reset the voxels, that's a different set of rules, but for general play is what I try and balance for. I was thinking you might put a small connector to hook up a small grid connector battery remote grid somewhere on the grid, but don't know how the deletion works. I feel like there might be merits to testing new methods this time around, because since I made the deletion, since I set up the deletion method, we also got these. And if I modified connectors, particularly the small inset ones, to have less storage, then I could have them on every base. Or I could have them try and delete these blocks as well. But it would then, I think it would create more problems than it would solve, because of then basically spawning in small grids that would potentially be in voxel. Shadow, I've for the core Scrapyard stuff, I've tried to avoid, just as I've tried to avoid block mods, I've tried to avoid things that mess with block weights and stuff like that, and component weights. My goal was to make something that, who knows, maybe Keen would actually have tried to copy. It feels too tall. Maybe it does need to be that tall. That felt wide. It felt weird that it was wider on one side than the other. What else? I'm also just trying to think if there's another way of doing this, where I can have the outer edge ones. Does it look better in the middle? Trouble with that is, though, I then lose the ability to put the T-pieces in, which sucks. But I wonder if I wonder how it would look if I just put these along the top anyway. It'd have to just be that one. If I go with this and this. Because then I can build something onto that that looks like a little overhead crane apparatus. Are these the catenaries? No. I was imagining these more as lifting things, so you can lift the whole train up. I'm trying to just come up with a design that looks tidy, but also potentially allows me to put lights on. But I think for lights, what I'm actually going to end up doing is this. My lights go. There. This one. Just here. Go one there. I think this will adequately light this workshop. Okay, and light radius. Intensity way down. Yellow it. Is the Truffle light an option? Good reminder about a light block, a new block that I forget to use. Maybe? I'll check it out. I'll set these up first. So we can actually see in here, which was my goal before I started putting down the frame, and then I was putting down the frame thinking I'd put lights on the frame, and then got carried away. That looks alright. I don't think the Truffle lights are an option here. They could be used down at ground height. Like, I could put them in as wall lights. Dude, I tried RE2 after watching your streams. Those Xerax are mean early on. Yes. Empyreon's NPCs are difficult to handle. Part of it is they're actually difficult, and part of it is they're so janky they're difficult. Because they teleport and do other weird shenanigans. Because if any of you think that Space Engineers has got its jank, woo! Empyreon takes that to 11. It's fun, but wow, is it janky. Okay, looking at these two, the one on the right, I think, looks far more machinery. Ask. Now someone... I'm kind of tempted to copy an element that's used over here that we looked at, of putting one of these containers as the carriage device, because it kind of does have that mechanical look. It looks like it could have a winch inside it. So let's see how that looks over here. Let's call it inspiration. Let's get rid of that. Oh, storage bins. Need to have those around the place. Yeah, like storage bins didn't exist when I made Scrapyard. I don't think I'm not even sure barrels did. Would those actually work for tracks for a trolley? If you designed it right, maybe? I think that kind of looks the part. Well enough, anyway. I need a bit of clutter around on the floor. But I think this is within the realms of ready to go. The average Space Engineers player is not used to Xenos that want you dead. True. Although, that it has changed a bit lately, with them actually doing on-planet NPC stuff. But yeah, it's still nowhere near to the scale that Empyreon does. It's kind of wild how some very similar games will end up... sorry. Some games that seem similar on the surface or might attract a similar player base get compared, even though they're... If you actually look at them, they're such different games. And the three that always come to mind for me are Space Engineers, to Empyrion, to Stationeers. Each focuses on a very different type of gameplay loop, and yet it's so common for people to ask about one versus another. Because I think, despite those game loops being different, they have managed to attract some similar players. I've got to build something as a buffer stop at the end of the rail. Yeah. You know what, Kayla? I haven't had that many people ask about Astroneer, except for when Shaq and I were actually playing it. When Shaq and I were actually playing it, a few people asked about it, but aside from that, I never actually had it come up, whereas the other two just did spontaneously. But yeah, you are right, Zarian. It's the building systems are similar enough that you're like, oh, I wish I had this in the other game. I think that's too close to the wall. Let's get rid of a little bit more of this rail. This world needs Ronco/banana wheels. I'm not sure any world needed those. They're a delight, but I'm not sure any world ever needed them. They turned up when they were wanted, and they disappeared soon after. So they had one job, and they did that job, and then disappeared. Because they really didn't need to exist after that. Red. Should have made these before I did the rest of this. I think I might turn this into metal. Gonna look better than wood. No, maybe rusty. Would look better still. What you need somewhere is a blown up Statue of Liberty, like from the original Planet of Apes or Spaceballs. Nah. I don't think any of us could handle the number of dad jokes and bad puns that would bring about. Don't think we need that. Too many people doing the same quotes over and over. Oh man. If you could do the curves of the Sydney Opera House in a block building game, all credit to you, because man, that is a difficult building. I almost feel like you could do the oh man, I've even been there. The Frank Gehry Opera House in... Why am I blanking on the city name? Huh. But yeah, I think you'd be able to do a Frank Gehry design better than the Sydney Opera House. Because the Sydney Opera House has clear shapes to it, whereas you could kind of get away with a jumbled mess that'd kind of give the hint of Frank Gehry design. Alright. This came together quite well. So, next up, let's put some catwalks around and some stairs. Maybe that way. That one. That's the one I was after. Ooh. That's probably what I want to do. Or do I want to do... Okay, hang on. I think I've just realized a problem with how I laid this out. I go with instead that one, and then do that along there. Do I want just the half block? I mean, the catwalk already adds a little extra detail around here, which I think is nice. But I feel like maybe there's... So, maybe I need to do this better. Let's try the other side, so I don't have to remove that one. Instead, put that there. I go that. And we have a full block? Is a full block better or worse? Any thoughts from you guys? Which side? Not sure on this one. It's a bit weird. Kind of want to do that, then... See, that side looks good. That corner bit, I think, works quite nicely. How would I put a set of stairs here? Kind of do the same. Yeah, I'm gonna go the half. I don't use them very much. I like the bit of separation between the gantry frame and the catwalk, so I think that's going to work. We turn the head of Lady Liberty into a combat rover. Somehow that feels like something Matt Stone and Trey Parker would do. I don't know. It's giving Team America kind of vibes. I'd say catwalk should be closer to the engine, not further away. Yeah, I know. I know. It's just something about using the half catwalks and actually using them properly feels cool. Breaks up the space really nicely, adds some depth. Because these catwalks clearly have basically no purpose. They're really just there to break up the walls. Because my goal always with these designs is to make it so when you walk into a space, it's like, ooh, interesting sense of depth. That's why these gantries plus the extra high ceiling kind of works. One thing that'll be nice with this space is I can make variants of this where the rails have been ripped up on one side and a large cargo container is put there, or things like that. Or hiding a turret in a corner. Yes, that is an option. One I'm probably not going to mess around with today, but it is certainly a valid option. Got access panels. Like, I don't think I had access panels when I first started making stuff in Scrapyard. Or did I? No, I did, because I have them on the scrap rover. It's just, like, off. Every time I look through blocks, I'm like, oh man, I need to use more of that. Oh man, I need to use more of that too. Decoration is a purpose. I am not a person who's going to argue with that. Oh, where are those boxes? So if I put a few of those in there, then I think this space is done. Huh. I was having an issue yesterday. Yep. Oh, Keen could have fixed that when they added the bed, but they didn't. The new bed, the non-DLC bed, could have been called Bunk, so that when you go to switch size of grid, it switches to the bunk bed. But no, they didn't. Bah. Need some signs? Yeah, some signs in here would probably be good. But that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for something else before I got distracted by things. And where are those little cargo crates? There they are. And barrels. Then we'll get some of these crates. Get them a bit less saturated. Something like that. I think that's almost enough. I think it's easy for me to overdo these things. I would have liked to put a mezzanine level up here, but looking at the space that I've used up, I don't think I think it's just gonna be an exercise in frustration. Kayla, there is off-planet content. It's done procedurally. We were having that discussion before about procedural versus handmade stuff. All of the off-planet stuff is procedural. But it is there. There is off-planet stuff. Need some doors. Human doors. Shelving racks? Yeah, shelving is probably not a bad idea either. The more blocks you add, the more loot you get. In some cases, true. In other cases, what it means is you get a whole lot of empty stuff. Get in there. Stop ing me. I'm always short on tubes because I like to build with scaffolds. I won't mind the extra catwalks. Yeah. It's why I picked large steel tubes as the first ingredient you're short of. So it's easier to control how many of those you get. Small steel tubes just everywhere. And decorative stuff. Oh, computers in the access panel, eh? You search so many of the office blocks in the vain hope of finding some nice loot. Interesting. I would like... it'd be nice to have, like, the degree of variation in potential loot options to be something on the scale of, you know, your classic zombie game, where, you know, you've got tons of different things that can be loot. But the reality is we just don't have that many things, so I can't go, well, office building, that should have this type of loot. An industrial building, that should have this type of loot. It's just coming up with the best that I just trying to do the best I can with what's there. And components-wise, there's just not that many options, so I definitely feel like that side of gameplay could make more sense. But it's just a limitation we have to deal with and accept. I'm really happy with this. I don't think I'd have come up with a building this like this if I hadn't been doing it on stream, which is nice. Now I have the fun of going Control-Alt-C and hoping this thing copies properly. Because it is multiple grids. Because I placed it wrong when I first built it. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Not exactly sure why that happened. Goodbye. Wow, it's windy out there. Yep. It's alright. Why did that happen? Why did you decide you needed to go home to your people? Try that again. This time with a bit less in the ground. Nope. Still not happy. Well, that's concerning for trying to spawn this in. I must admit, there are some issues. Let's get rid of the locomotive and see if this works. Control Alt C. Yeah, it could be that there are more small grid blocks than there are large, so it's going, no, you're pasting in a small grid. No, you're definitely pasting in a small grid. I don't know what you're talking about. It's definitely a small grid. It should not be in the voxels. We must pop out. Oh, the rail actually embedded itself in the floor. Okay. Well, that's an issue. I have an idea, though, that may work. Maybe. First off, let's try copying just the shed and make sure it's not doing the same weird thing and that this is actually isn't actually some other bigger bug that's happening with pasting stuff into voxel. Nope, that's fine. What I was thinking with the rails is get rid of their sleepers, since they would probably be bolted to the floor instead anyway. Because that's going to cut down their block count massively. Might make them copy pastable. Let's go to there and then under there. Oh boy. This is going to be a process. Alright. I've never actually looked at what the model is, or if there even is one, for the so-called rail block in the game, but it is not going to be the right scale regardless. Nope, nope. Wrong bit. Delete that bit. Yeah, the sleepers have a plate underneath to connect them to the rail. So there are a lot of blocks. Ow. Why do you do this to me, game? I don't want to delete the rail, just the bits in the middle. Yeah, I might need to get rid of some of the mag plates, which I'm actually doing right now. As I do that. So that would be the remaining rails for this bit. And let's try and get rid of these ones. This should actually be quicker now that I've realized which bits I need to do. Oh, no! That's alright, that's easy to replace. Dang it. Such a process. It's always... is that gonna be okay? Yeah, that was all still same. Still same grid. Talking about steel plate being abundant. As I place down all of these blast oranges. Okay, let's try this again. Control Alt C. Are you going to go with the wind, or are you going to stay? You are going to sink. That's unhealthy. This is a bit of a problem. This is quite a bit of a problem. Because if it's not pasting in, I don't see MES being able to do it any better. Bugger. This is not good. It is not good. Well, paste with even one rail. You know what? It's clearly not working with the rail, so I'm gonna have to figure out another way of doing this. So let's you out. Let's see. Nope. It no likey. I wonder if the rails are just too big. I wonder if the rail sections are just too long. So what I might try is, let's grab this and we'll flip it upside down. I'm gonna put some more mag plates on it, which will make sense soon. But my idea is, what if I chop this up into multiple smaller subgrids rather than just one big one? By taking segments of the rail out. What if that works here? Even though, obviously, if this were real, the rail is the last thing that would rot in a building, or be broken. But this isn't real, and this is the best I think we can do. So we have to work within the limits of the game. So what I'm thinking is, we go up. There we go. I did use Catwalk as the rail on the racetrack. That's because you kind of can't see it. This is so much more obvious. I was trying to use the stuff that looked more believably like rail. But maybe there is a large grid option that will work here. The trouble is it's going to have to be... Trouble is figuring out which one is actually going to work. But if this doesn't work, then that's my next shot. The way I am spawning in multiple grids right now is the way to do it. And it is really unhappy with it. Really unhappy with it. Huh. Because they need to be attached to each other. In MES, you can spawn stuff in floating and then it falls down and then it locks. And I've done that with some things, and I've been trying to avoid going that route because it is a pain in the backside to set up. It takes so much more work than just having something locked already and part of the spawn. But I'm curious if Keen's changed something since we last did stuff here. So I'm going to grab one of these warehouses in here that has small grid stuff in it and see what happens. Because this has a bunch of small grid stuff. These get deleted. These shells drop and these shells is locked. So let's see what happens. Control Alt C copies everything. Oh, okay, Keen's broken something that we used to use. Bye, chair. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Oh, that's a huge, huge issue. I'm really concerned about that. I don't... Oh, no. Thanks, Goldie Deluxe. Thank you for the Prime sub. Has anyone been seeing this happen when stuff's spawned in? Has anyone been playing Scrapyard recently and found that just stuff's just exploded all the time? Or is this something just happening with pasting? I wonder if this is related to Keen's whole, the bug they introduced where, like, related to the alignment bug that they introduced, that they made far worse in Apex. I mean, it could be the physics system's just being overloaded here and we've reached that point because I've got so many, so much stuff here. But my sim speed is fine. My performance is fine, so it seems odd that I would get that before I run into performance issues. The people who've played recently and had no issues. So it's... if you spawn in midair, it is then a mobile grid. So I guess I could turn it static after that. I could go info, convert to station. So I guess that technically works. Since that didn't explode, I guess that works. For now. Put the rail back in. Is it going to let me place this with the doors on? I don't think it is. You have to pop those out. Because the ground here is perfectly flat, it should settle enough. I hope. Yeah, it's close enough to the middle. Is there anything else that we're trying to make a large grid, a mobile grid? No, there shouldn't be. Weird. Thanks, Alex Borba. Thank you for the prime sub. Yeah. It's always taken a while for mag plates to lock when copy pasting a grid. It's a big problem for whenever you have to recover a grid that happens to have something mag plated onto it. It creates some interesting challenges. Even when you do know the controls to make it work. That's not quite right. Close enough. I don't think I have forced dynamic grids turned on in this world. Because, well, it's my test world, not gameplay. I might do, and you're right, it shouldn't have an impact, but I agree with you also, it's SE and doing weird things with mods and changes and stuff, so it might do. I don't believe I have it in this world. Thanks, Bad Dog. Thank you so much for 74 months. It's a very long time. I'm very grateful. Because, wow, that is a really long time. It's 2 people today with very, very long times. Yourself, Matcha. Were there 3? Was it Matcha and someone else as well? Where is that block I am looking for? There it is. Can't use merge blocks because different size grid. It's small grid and large grid, so it must be mag locked or connectors. And connectors would mean I'd have to put connectors in the floor and they'd have to be aligned correctly, and it's doable but not ideal. But connectors may well arguably work better, but there's also there are some potential issues with it. Alright. Let's try this. Control, Alt, C. Copy all attached grids. Make you floating. Gently drop onto the ground. All is well with the world. Control Alt X. Cut this. This is literally a thing I've discovered as an issue because I wanted to do this. Oh. Have this facing the same orientation as the other buildings. Because it just annoyed me that it was the other way around. Okay, it's a station. Thanks, Dr. Linney. Thank you for 21 months. Alright, so... next thing I was thinking of was making that... just... shelter building. Mattis, I used to use that technique where I would have... I wonder if I've still got some of those buildings so I can show it, so I'm not just talking stuff that sounds like nonsense. I think I've got some older sheds here that kind of give you an idea. Here we go. This is the system I used to use for spawning in small grids within large grids. So we have a connector here, another connector, a line of batteries, because they all have to be terminal blocks, with then this battery and rotor turret and this container. And in theory, when MES spawns this, it should delete all of these blocks that are named delete me. Which works until your save is put under a decent amount of load. As soon as you get to the point where your PC's just pushing it a little bit, the deletion phase, for some reason in MES, fails. And so people will walk in and see this stuff and be like, what? So in order to reduce the frequency with which people see those problems, because I can't fix MES, and thanks to Aragath teaching me that you can copy attached subgrids, attached grids via landing gear with Control Alt C, which means you can export the whole thing. I moved to techniques that didn't rely on that, such as we saw in the warehouse and I'm using with the railway line, and it works so much better. It's so much cleaner because it means we don't have these shenanigans going on where I've got like giant connectors poking through walls and stuff to try and make these grids work. Because like I'd want to redo all these sheds and get rid of that because I think it's an extra layer of complexity that's a problem. What I am tempted to do is actually add my own block mod and variant of a battery, and possibly, I don't think I need to change the remote control because they don't really contain much. But I think I'm going to end up making my own large grid battery. So what I was talking about earlier in this stream was the idea of putting a long stalk underground and a battery and a remote down there, which are needed for spawning these in. MES requires them to be able to handle stuff properly. So if I had my own custom battery that had no useful components, everything grinds to scrap, and holds only a minimal amount of charge, and it's underground, no one's going to bother with that. So if it doesn't delete itself, it's no big problem. And that way, even once people are under a bit of load, they will see far less of the problems. Similarly, I could make a small grid battery that's also useless, but honestly, the tiny batteries, they're really not that valuable, so I'm not really worried about that one as much. But what I do need to do, and now I have to go back over here because I've just realized something else. What I would like to do is try and incorporate these little modules that are required for spawning into the designs a bit more, so that when they persist, they don't pop out at you as something that, like, oh, the mod's broken. Like, this one is incorporated into the design. When it gets deleted, these two halves of the vehicle become separate grids. But if it doesn't delete, the coloring is still correct enough that you can kind of get away with it. Yes, if you go into the control panel, it says delete me. But I think it's better than this one, which is clearly tacked onto the side. Fits the vibe. Can kind of... So I'm thinking of mitigating through design some of the flaws that I can't fix. But I can potentially hide a bit better. We, on the original Scrapyard series server, we saw the battery spawns in a lot once we started the lunch facility. With the lunch facility being as big as it was, the server was not happy. And so a large proportion of spawns had batteries and remotes intact and just stuff wasn't getting deleted. I edited around a lot of those things in the latter episodes because it was just like, we can't fix this. This is not fixable. Having said that, I actually don't know if maybe that is partially solved by something that... Yeah, the lunch facility. Do you not remember that it was called the lunch facility, Shadow? Of course it was the lunch facility. It's been too long. But yeah, I don't know how much the person who has done this wants me to publicize what they've done yet, but part of my test series for Scrapyard is actually going to be using not MES. It's it's a replacement for it specifically for Scrapyard. See you, 30 Bell. Hey, Quizzlebert. But yeah, it was called the lunch facility because it was a launch facility that happened to have a whole lot of restaurants. But also I think we just... Not new MES. It's for Scrapyard and specifically to improve Scrapyard stuff. And make it more feasible on a server scale and more performant. So it does less than MES, but what it does for Scrapyard is everything that's needed. So that's going to be... That has been written and sitting there for a couple of months waiting for me to get this next test series started so that I can test it and find bugs in it and it can be improved. But it is very, very cool that that is a thing because MES is... I am butchering MES in so many different ways to make it do what I want it to do for Scrapyard. It was not designed to do what I'm doing with it. Nor is Space Engineers for that matter. But it works. Most of the time. So I might leave the track there because I might use it again. Alright, let's get a large. Time to make my own game. You know what? It seems to be a thing that comes up a lot for a lot of different gaming content creators. It's like, you talk about game design, you spend so much time fiddling with things that you're like... And I don't think it's just content creators, it's just it's more prominent there. But I don't have the skills. I could game design my own game, but I couldn't make it. I literally do not have the skills required to do it. There are so many things that I am not capable of that are needed to make something like that actually good. Now, am I doing this the correct way around? I was. It'd be cool to do. I think I'd enjoy the process of doing something like that, but I don't think it's realistic to ever think it's going to happen. Because how many projects have I talked to you guys about that have just gone nowhere? In so many ways, I'm the classic ideas guy. I've got ideas, too many of them. But I know Shadow's just messing with me. But it's a fun thing to talk about. It's a fun thing to dream of, I think is actually the way I would think about it. It's a nice dream. Because that's all it's really gonna be. It's only ever gonna be a dream. Am I joking? How are you so sure? So that's just evil, Shadow. Is that too much overhang? I don't think it is. Oh, this could be cool. Shadow? Evil? Never. No. I have no idea what that's like. Nope. Yeah. I mean, we've all got lots of ideas. One of the best parts about this being what I do as a job now is that having ideas is good. Having lots and lots and lots of ideas is good. Because it gives me something to talk about. I love talking about game design stuff. I love thinking it through and trying to come up with interesting ways to approach things. And when you're streaming for 4 hours plus, it's good to have lots of things to talk about. Otherwise, this would get very dull. So I do not like... I don't want it to... I don't want my streams to be mostly me just doing stuff. Been wanting to make a game for so long, to be more specific, a card game, hand-drawn, but even getting started on such a task is so daunting, and that's with a card game. Well... I mean, Shadow, to some people, starting with a card game seems like the easy way. But do you know what makes a card game really, really hard? They're really hard to playtest. Unless you've got someone to play it with all the time. So I actually think, like, to some extent, tabletop and card games, they're harder to set up because playtesting is that much more difficult. Did Captain Arthur make a scenario and finish it? I would be interested in Captain Arthur's opinion on whether they would consider that finished. Because I suspect he does not. I suspect he considers it unfinished. get the feeling it's a bit of... There we go. Finished? Nah. And that's me very much not throwing any shade there. It's more that I suspect the Captain feels like there's more that could be done. And that feeling will never go away. It's only ever finished when it's paid for. You know what, Tommaso? I agree. If someone else is paying, things get finished. Because they define what finished is, not the creator. Because people who make stuff are terrible at defining finished. just utterly awful at it. If I could go back in time, I would scrap Areas of War and solely focus on smaller scenarios. I completely understand where you're coming from, Captain Arthur. I completely understand. Which is always sad to hear from people who've made stuff that is really cool, despite the scale of them. I think these might be too much. Maybe I should go with 4 wide. Overhang's a bit too big. Ah, nuts. Oh, that's going to be a problem. Poop. Yeah. Art is never finished, only abandoned. Is this too narrow if I get rid of these? Does it feel too narrow? Oh, no, it could be alright. Get rid of these. That's probably the better approach. Yeah, it needs a big clock. We don't have a big clock. So, no big clock. Might be able to make something look vaguely like a clock. I just want to see whether I've got even the parts to make this look interesting at the end. I'm going to be right back. I need to take a quick bio break. And my thought... I'm still looking. I've got on a second monitor this picture. So I'm still looking at that. Trying to get ideas of how to shape this thing. And keep it looking interesting. Use an LCD. Yes, you could. I could. We'll think about that. I'll be right back. We're going to go to this one. Oh, man. That was not a good point to switch myself back to live. What am I doing? Oh, man. Oh, I should have waited a few more seconds. I was eating a muesli bar, and it was drier than I anticipated before I opened my mouth to talk. Alright. I want to try something. I'm going to get rid of these. Oh, wait. Yep. I want to get rid of those. And go with these. Because I was looking at the side of that building in the picture, and it actually has slatted. Yes! Yes, because it adds the depth. That's what I wanted. Nice. With the top, I have two options. It can be 2 blocks wide, or it can be 4 blocks wide. It can't be 3 blocks wide, because we don't have a mid-peak block. So it's 2 or 4. And 4, I felt like was too much. Even though 2 also feels like too little. 3 would be the sweet spot, but 3 is also impossible. It's why the garbage truck I made for Toby is such an odd scale and in small grid, because you just can't do the detail that so often you would want to do. Speaking of that, I'm not sure I just want to put a blank end on it. That feels a bit meh. But I'm going to try it for the beginning. So what I was going to do was this. But I just not sure. If this is going to cut it. I think it needs to be something more interesting. Hey, that's the wrong block. So I was going to do that. That truck would be a good mascot for the new Scrapyard series. Oh man. Can you imagine trying to use something like that in survival? How I kind of want to. There's a part of me that really wants to. If there's anyone in chat who doesn't know what I'm talking about, let me quickly see if I can find a screenshot of it. Should have one here. This. Those are large grid 3x3 wheels. Charlie! Charlie! Come on, girl. She's whinging at the door. Hang on a second. Sorry, everyone. Sorry about that. Dog was whinging at the gate. Partner's having a sleep because she's feeling sick, so... Alright. So yeah, this is... this is why the scale got funny. And I... What I might do is I might copy-paste this once I've got these... base parts in, and then see how this would look with the 4 wide and see which one looks better. hate that I have to do this bottom section. Makes me unhappy. Well, actually, I probably might look better if I do this. Does that look better or worse? Man, I wish this was pointing at the sun! That didn't help. There we go. Amish space engineers. Yeah, kinda. Does Charlie like the new aircon? She's not fussed either way, really. I think it looked better before I did that. Even though it would have looked a bit funny from the sides. Urgh. It's just never gonna work out, was it? Because we just don't have that block. And I don't think we will ever get it. Time to make the... yep. Kind of surprised I haven't seen more of the Age of Empires 2 town center. Don't know if that's a good idea. If I had fewer of these supports, I could possibly... Like if I got rid of one support... Got rid of that one. And got rid of that one. I could possibly do this. I think I'll just not. The trouble is, continuing to the end means doing this. And then it's hanging down there, which I'm looking at and going, actually probably looks better. Oh, of course. Good job, Splits. Because there's actually a really good solution to this, which is this. That solves that problem. Makes this look like some sort of pavilion, which is what it is. No, that's right. That's why I don't want to do that. That texture connection. Oh yeah. Look at the beauty of it. It's so pretty. It's so awful. I feel like I might need some different textures on here, as well as potentially putting some windows in. Huh. That actually brought that together kind of okay. I was not expecting that to work. Pleasant surprise. I don't know how to do a porthole window. I don't like know how to do anything round on here at all unless I make something round and stick it on. Which, as we've discovered recently, is not going to work particularly well. sticking it on there won't work because the landing gear will unlock and lock lower. Or wonky. Or not at all. The good thing about a building like this is I can make it into a bunch of different things. This could be used as a workshop. It could be used as like... Well, I mean, it's space engineers. Everything's engineering. But I could try and make it look like more like a market somehow. It could be the basis for something more like a greenhouse. Make it appear as if the clock fell down. Yeah, that's fair. Make it a church. What would the symbol be for a space engineer's church? Would it have to be like a little... a rotor head? It's supposed to be a very simple symbol. Can't be anything complex. A crater? You could have a point. I do already have a church ruin in the scrapyard, that is true. I think a piston could be simple enough, but it's still not quite there. Flaming headless piston. Yep. It'd probably just be a gear. Or 2 gears and a spark being thrown from it. Oh, check out the sunlight coming through. That looks cool. So if I were to make this 4 wide, I have a problem. Because the half blocks and the weirdness that they create. So what I would probably need to do is jump it here. I think. Then it'd be... where are my windows at? Yeah, that looks more pretty. Let's do that. We set it up with a sensor so that the moment the player gets near, something happens to clang a piece of the symbol off. Ah, sensors. So fun to use sometimes. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of this bit. I'm gonna cut this bit out. Wait, no, cut this here. And we'll cut you out. Paste you over here. And grab there. It's probably not going to let me paste this on, is it? It's going to be intersecting. Nope. Gotta get rid of these bits. Oh, I know what the symbol would be. Clank sparks. It'd just be like a stylized thing that looks like sparks flying. That's what the symbol would be. That's exactly how it'd work. This building looks weirdly, looks much prettier than most of the things I've put into Scrapyard, I think. Can I get you to place where I need you? Yes. Yes, I can. Okay. So we've got this one. I mean, now that I've done the 4 wide one does look better. It genuinely looks a lot better. Ah! Fair. Looks like a fine boat deck. You're not wrong, but doesn't mean you have to be right. Okay, block. Copy. Ah. Okay, good. Undo worked. Yes, 4 wide is annoyingly tidier. Even though it loses something, it does look better. It looks better balanced. Okay, now, it needs glass or something. I'm also wondering, oops. Also thinking maybe I need to do something up here to make this just not the same the whole way down. Try that on the side that the sun actually is lighting so that I can see it better. I mean, if nothing else, this is giving me more roof designs. You could do a building that was just half of that, like a 3-sided building. Farmers keep equipment in. You mean a pitched roof version of this? Yeah. The thing with that though is I feel like as though some of the way that a building like that would be typically situated is where there's sometimes a moderate sized building off to the side and we're already at the limit. But you could probably get away with putting down like partial height walls. Maybe actually not even that high. Maybe even going a half block. As a workshop area. But yeah, I do want to put an opening at the ends. I'm just going to use windows for it. And I'm not sure which ones. Hey, Belnick. Thank you for the rainbow unicorns. How's it going? So, we have full blocks now to play with. Which means we can also do some potentially more interesting things. Let's have a look first at what LCDs do. Oops, no. Text is what I want, because that has all of them. Because that fits in there. I mean, it technically works, but I don't think it does what I want it to do. Huh. Kieselbert, nothing here is made airtight. I don't. Scrapyard is not intended to be played on a world that is that doesn't have oxygen, because if I wanted that to be the way you played, I'd have to provide oxygen in the wrecks at a rate that, oof, it'd be a lot. So it never felt like it would be the right way to go. So everything is open. Like, if you look at all these buildings, they're all open. Like, they've got carved holes in them and all that sort of stuff. So it's, I made some restrictions. I set some restrictions for myself when I started out that I have mostly stuck to. And if there are other people out there who want to try and change things up, that's up to them, but I try and keep it fairly simple. I try and keep it fairly tied to that particular style that I was imagining. This is my last stream of the year. Yes, that is true. That is true. Because my next stream will be in the new year. Actually, what? On the 2nd. It'll be New Year's Day for most of you guys. Or New Year's Day night. Don't know about that. Oh, I know what to do. Oh, those are the wrong blocks. We need to go old school. Catwalks. Where are you? I haven't used you in so long, I forget where you are. There you are. This is what I need. Nope, wrong way. That way. Yeah, there we are. That works. Yeah, barred windows are small grid only. That's why you have to go to these sorts of lengths. Just curious what this could look like. Oh, that could work too. Let's try it. Oh. Oh. One end looks fancy, one end looks simple. It almost does look like curtains, you're right. I kind of like the catwalks. I think I'll go the new catwalks. New. They're like 6 years old. I think I'll go these. Make a Pizza Hut next. Can I go from a farmer's market to a Pizza Hut? Somehow that feels wrong. It's like I shouldn't do that. Now, how to do some lights. So I feel like Truffles would actually make some sense here. But they may be too bulky. What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do. these are going to be too bulky, but I'm just going to try them out anyway. Yeah, that's a hard no. That don't work. Oh yeah, that definitely won't work at all. Oh, the wrong blocks were selected. Trying to think of how these can look supported without breaking the current supports for the roof. Because if I replace the top of these with that, it's no longer supporting the roof. It's right over. Wow. Yeah, maybe going neons using their build state could work here. I know I'm not looking at neons right now. Just in case you're wondering, I do know I'm looking at conduits. Just having a thought. Ah. Well, that's not fair, Keen. Why? Why you not give me side attachment points for those? How bad's the conduit light gonna look? Stuck in the middle of the... You know what, the conduit light wouldn't look terrible. Because this is an outdoor structure, you'd... oops. Not expecting nice lights. Oh, that's around the wrong way. No. No, of course. I can't use conduit lights. Because that's where I would need... because we don't have an inverted one. Yeah, that's why. Oh no, we do. Do have a conduit light inverted. Never mind, don't mind me. Hanging lights are not a vanilla thing. That is a mod, if you have those. Yeah. They did add it in the last update, that's why I forgot it existed. Just like the Truffle lights that I keep forgetting exist, but also I'm not really having much luck using. At least not in Scrapyard builds, because Scrapyard builds I use so much plate. And that makes stuff like Truffle lights quite difficult to integrate, because, well, because a chunky half block doesn't integrate that well into it. It's just not a... not the right vibe. Truffle. These are Truffle lights. These guys. I had never heard them called Truffle lights before. It is a term I learned thanks to space engineers. I'm just going to assume that it is a correct term. I have no idea. But yeah. That's a Truffle light. Yeah, I think that kind of works. Does a decent job without being too obtrusive. I can confirm that I have seen a light bulb hanging from a cord next to a fluorescent light in a structure like that. So any light will work just fine. Truffle lights, recessed ceiling lights. Like, yeah, drop ceilings. Yep, that sort of thing. In SE2, obviously we can do this sort of stuff really quite easily. Integrating the small grid into the, like the smaller blocks into the larger builds. But in survival, it's not working very well right now. I was thinking about this the other day. I didn't mess around with much of it in survival because the building from blueprint, the building from projection in survival is really quite buggy right now. I'm hoping that right now is the correct phrasing there. I'm hoping that it ends up being fixed, because right as it stands, you really can't use the creative mode tools that are needed in order to plan out and build your build in survival. Because you can't blueprint a projection. And there are lots of little bits like that that just aren't working or aren't working properly. Like, it creates a new grid instead of creating the joining onto the existing grid with lots of different ways you can use particularly symmetry. There are lots of, I wouldn't call them edge cases, just there are lots of things that aren't working properly. So, yeah. It's, it was one of the things that I was like, oh yeah, that's the real kicker. It's like they give us this tool that tool was supposed to be the thing that kind of made SE2 cool, and it doesn't work. I'm just gonna, I don't think I'm gonna use you. I will remember that you exist. Probably. Maybe. The other one just looks so much better. Line it up. And that's 2 more potential home structures for people to use in Scrapyard. That feels pretty good. And that was one of the things that just made me decide to wait longer before playing, even though I bought it with the latest update. Yeah, I'm hoping that alongside the rotors, pistons, we get some significant improvements to projection building, because the projection building is kind of doesn't work well enough to actually be useful right now. Yeah, it feels like it's got a lot of similar bugs to what SE2 had pre its original release with creative mode building. So I'm hoping that they are bugs that they will fix. No, not all of this in 4 hours. No. 4 hours was this building, which decided to float away from me many, many times, and this. That's it. That's all. That's all I got today. All of this other stuff has been built over many months and many moons and a long time. And not all by me either. The majority of buildings here were actually built by me. The only ones that weren't were these 4. Wow, too close. The 4 that you can see the frontages of right now. These were submitted as builds to consider, whereas all the rest were built by me. I hope to do another concrete building like this one, because I think it's got something a bit special to it. It just takes so much more work. And I'm really not sure how else to do one that is of a similar style, but doesn't just look like the same. Food will eventually get added to Scrapyard, but it's going to be a bit of time. I need to remember how to do the loot lists. And I need to... yeah, there are a few things I need to change about Scrapyard stuff. But I think a lot of these give off, I could turn this into a base vibes. The main thing will be trying to think through what blocks, other than a large cargo container and a large battery, people might see and go, oh, that's my base. Like, have you guys got any other blocks that you would come across and be like, yep, that's going to be my base? Like, here, this grid has a battery. It's in a large structure, so it's a perfect thing to make your base. The presence of a battery or a cargo in one of these buildings. Because what I'm thinking is, I don't want to make it so these buildings all have something great, but I want you to see a building like this on the horizon and be like, oh, it could be the one. And if it's not, well, you go and find one of those blocks from a nearby structure that's a different type and bring it there. Alternatively, none of these could have that thing that makes them a base, other than the fact that they're big. But I feel like if I did that, everyone's going to build their own bases, which may not be a bad thing. But I think a lot of people who find joy in Scrapyard do so because they find it harder to build from nothing. And building from something that's provided here is one of the things that makes Scrapyard fun. Is you don't have to come up with every single idea yourself. You get a basis, you get constraints that help you express the creativity you have. It could be interesting to have a battery and a cargo in a single building, but it's pretty small or weirdly shaped. Yeah. Will I build some... The food buildings I've got in my mind will mostly be smaller places. Most of my ideas for greenhouses will not be large industrial ones. They'll be tiny little backyard garden ones. The reason for that is I don't want to have a single grid that provides you with everything you need to build your farms. Because farms are, to me, I'm imagining them as a thing you get eventually but don't really need to worry about. What you should be doing is going into these buildings and looking for the fridge, grabbing the food, going on to the next building, so that you accumulate food that you've found. I want found food to be the thing. And what that means is there will be enough food if you do that with each wreck you come across. I'm not trying to starve people. I'm just trying to make it more worthwhile to go into a thing. But what that also means is if you disable food, it doesn't change Scrapyard at all. It'll all work with it or without it. I know a lot of people want to play with it, and I kind of do myself. So I want to include it, but I don't want to make it a necessity. I don't want to make it a requirement. Radiation, that's up to you. Radiation could work just fine. If you're playing on a planet like Pertum, it might be an issue because you are actually exposed, but I mean, for the most part, Scrapyard is really mostly a planetary style thing because that's where I find scrapping most interesting. So going to space and dealing with radiation seems fine. I'm not going to plan around radiation. Radiation, I'm going to leave that up to the player. If they want it, they can have it. If they don't, whatever. But yeah, I'm planning on using stuff like... I think I can spawn in the... Can I spawn in the bad food? Or do I have to... I think I might have to use something special to get the dodgy food that they give us in the unknown signals. The questionable food, I want to use a bit of that and a bit of just regular meal packs that you'll find around the place. And so players are not going to be able to build crop plots. You'll have to find them if you want to grow something. Which equally means there's going to need to be a source of ice, isn't there? Which, that's difficult to balance. That's really difficult to balance. Would radiation play well with the toxic fog version? Yeah, it plays fine because you play on a planet that has thick enough atmosphere that you don't get irradiated in the sun. It's the fog that does radiation damage. So you only get fog. You only get radiation damage when you go down into the fog. I really like this warehouse. They did a really good job with the catwalks. And see, things like this collapsed. Oh, so much loot to figure out. I have so many loot ideas I need to work out and try and come up with. Also got radiation damage from certain weather events. Yeah, that wasn't intentional. We left it in just to see how it'd play, but yeah, I don't think it played well. I don't think radiation weather is a good mix. Because it doesn't really change what you do other than making you sit in your vehicle for a bit longer. I try my best to follow the game design rules of if it's not going to actually change gameplay, then don't do it. It's only stuff that changes gameplay that actually matters. Yeah, exactly. Pay your rent, maintain your buildings. No, thank you. Trying to remember what I actually thought this was going to say before I deleted the extra three letters. I've been looking at this every time I go past this building. I'm like, I had something in mind and it's gone. I have no idea what I was gonna, what this said. Yeah, I don't know. That'll be something fun for people to figure out. Can you figure out what Splitsy originally intended this to say? Because I can't. Oh, well. I'll be back on Friday, as said, with my usual stream time for a Friday. I'm not doing any other content creation stuff during the week this week. I'm spending a bit of time with my partner and my son, doing family stuff and doing stuff around the house that needs to get done. So proper progress on the mods and all the stuff will happen in the new year. But looking forward to Friday. I'm thinking Friday might well be poking my head into the Empyrean server and seeing what people are up to and assuming I've managed to get myself some progress in the meantime to do something fun. But otherwise, I will have a plan at some point between now and then. But yeah, hope you all have a good New Year's and enjoy that however you choose to celebrate it. But I'll be back in 2026. So I will see you then.